RO12. Transition level 110. Advise on initial contact you have information whiskey. Shanghai Pudong International Airport, IND 110 at 8. Cav OK. Temperature 25, dew point 12. QNH 1012. Transition level 110. Advise on initial contact you have in
China Eastern 281 information whiskey request aircraft clearance to
China, Eastern 281, clear to Nhat, Nhat, via the next 81 Delta departure, then as filed. Runway 17 left, initial climb 4000, departure on 119.075, squawk 6541.
clear to continue by the next 81 Delta departure then as filed. Runway 17 left, initial climb 4000, departure on 119.075, squawk 6541 to China Eastern 281.
China, Eastern 281, read back correct. Contact ground on 121.625.
121.625 China Eastern 281. Okay.
Passengers bus is coming.
ta lại cùng nắm tay. Ngoài kia thế giới đang chào đón những chặng đường sẽ qua bầu trời xanh vắng cùng bên nhau đến những nơi tuyệt
ready for pushback.
Delta 280, cleared for push and start.
Pushback and start approved. Delta 280.
Những hò hẹn bất ngờ để lại trong ta những khoảnh khắc ta lại cùng nắm tay những hành trình đắm say trọn vẹn giây phút giấc mơ tuyệt vời về miền Nam núi đồi biển khơi xanh cánh bay xa gần xa chẳng ai cuối trời trong một khoảng cách giấc mơ biển đảo lúc này cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến
China Southern 5288, ready for push.
China Southern 5288, cleared for push and start.
Pushback and start approved. China Southern 5288. Delta 280, ready to taxi.
Delta 280, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 3, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 3, Alpha, Bravo 8, Delta 280. China Southern 485, ready for push.
China Southern 485, push and start at your discretion.
Push and start approved. China Southern 485.
Passengers bus is coming. Passengers boarding starting.
China Southern 5288, ready to taxi.
China Southern 5288, runway 17 left, taxi via Bravo 2, Bravo, Papa 2, Alpha, Bravo 8.
Runway 17 left, taxi via Bravo 2, Bravo, Papa 2, Alpha, Bravo 8, China Southern 5288. China Southern 485, ready to taxi.
China Southern 485, runway 17 left, taxi via L15A, Lima 15, Quebec 6, Charlie Papa 6, hold short of runway 17 right.
Runway 17 left, taxi via L15A, Lima 15, Quebec 6, Charlie Papa 6, hold short of runway 17 right, China Southern 485.
China Eastern 281, ready for push and start.
China Eastern 281, Pudong ground, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start through face south, China Eastern 281.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Delta 280, contact tower on 118.4.
Going to tower, Delta 280, thanks.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
China Southern 485, cross runway 17 right.
Cross 17 right, China Southern 485.
Locking gear.
Khách vui lòng dành thời gian để theo dõi cách sử dụng các thiết bị an toàn trên máy bay. Ladies and gentlemen and dear children, your safety and comfort is our top priority, so before departing, we would like to have your attention while we are demonstrating safety features.
Dây an toàn. Quý khách vui lòng cài chặt dây an toàn khi đèn hiệu cài dây an toàn được bật sáng và trong suốt thời gian bay. Dây an toàn của quý khách được cài như sau: cài hai đầu khóa vào nhau, siết chặt bằng cách kéo một đầu dây, mở bằng cách nhấc đầu khóa.
Release parking brakes, please.
Nhỏ hoặc cần dây an toàn nối dài, vui lòng biến những ưu tiên để nhận dây an toàn trẻ em. Dây an toàn.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Ground, Junyao Air 2076, taxi to the gate.
Junyao Air 2076, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf Romeo 03, hold short of runway 34 left.
Golf 3, Golf Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left, Junyao Air 2076.
Quý khách kéo mạnh mặt nạ gần nhất, đặt mặt nạ lên mũi và miệng, choàng dây ra sau đầu.
China 7485, contact tower on 118.4.
To tower, China Southern 485.
Hãy đeo mặt nạ dưỡng khí cho mình trước rồi giúp người đi cùng sau. Mặt nạ dưỡng khí cũng sẽ tự động rơi xuống từ trên trần trong buồng vệ sĩ khi mất áp suất. Quý khách vui lòng làm theo hướng dẫn như trên.
If there is a loss of pressure, cabin must be down from the not over your seat. To start the oxygen flow, pull the mask towards you, raise it firmly over your nozzle mouth, take your legs back behind your head, and breathe normally. Due to safety requirements, it is important to extinguish all smoking materials in the house when being used. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, take your own mask first, then assist the other person. Oxygen masks are also available in laboratories and should be used in the same manner.
Áo phao được làm từ ghế ngồi của quý khách lưu ý chỉ lấy áo phao ra khỏi vị trí khi có yêu cầu của nhân viên, cũng là tháo dầu qua đầu.
Please set parking brakes.
Còn máy bay tại cửa thoát hiểm, quý khách nắm vòng áo phao bằng cách giật mạnh cái đầu.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Hoặc làm xẹp áo phao. Đèn cứu hộ trên áo phao sẽ tự động bật sáng khi tiếp xúc.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Junyao Air 2076, cross runway 34 left.
Cross runway 34 left, Junyao Air 2076.
Your landing is located on the nose or between two seats below the armrest. Remove it fully when instructed by cabin crew. Place over your head, adjust the straps around your waist, fasten in front and prevent side. Landing the aircraft is regulated by going down the intake or tape. Rubber tube or tubes can be used to insert or deflate the light vest. Signal lamp illuminates automatically. You can ride contact with water. Button illuminates the button on the light vest battery must put down your light of engage with the whistle to attract attention. It is against law to know the
Tow
light
truck
is from
disconnected.
the ground.
Bypass bin removed.
China Eastern 543, 2, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot, Tango 4, Whiskey 1, L03A, Lima 03.
Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot Tango 4, Whiskey 1, L03A, Lima 03, China Eastern 5432.
Four windows over the wings and two doors in the rear of the cabin. The crew is now showing the exit. Please take a moment to locate your nearest exit. It may be front or you're behind you.
Tất cả các cửa chính các cửa thoát hiểm đều trang bị cầu phao, biển phao, các thiết bị này sẽ tự động mở ra khi rung động.
All doors and all exits are equipped with inflatable flight rails and the door is open in our front.
Hiểm được chỉ dẫn rõ ràng bằng các bảng hiệu thoát hiểm. Trong trường hợp khẩn cấp, hệ thống đèn thoát hiểm sẽ bật sáng để dẫn quý khách đến cửa thoát hiểm gần nhất.
Exits are clearly marked with an exit sign. In case of an emergency, with smoke or the darkness or proximity exit marking or emergency light, lead to the exit.
Quý khách vui lòng dành thời gian để đọc bảng hướng dẫn an toàn trong quý vị phía trước khi máy bay cất cánh. Quý khách vui lòng xác định những thế an toàn phù hợp nhất trong trường hợp hạ cánh khẩn cấp trên mặt đất hoặc mặt nước, được hướng dẫn trong bảng hướng dẫn an toàn bay. Quý khách vui lòng thắt chặt dây an toàn, đứng thẳng lưng ghế, gập bàn ăn phía trước, hạ tay ghế và mở tấm xe cửa sổ. Xin cảm ơn sự chú ý của quý khách và kính chúc quý khách một chuyến bay tốt đẹp.
If the airport choose to contact your safety briefing card, place the seat pocket in front of you prior to takeoff. Check the cabin crew with mind vibrations for takeoff.
Ground, China Southern 35903, taxi to the ramp.
China Southern 35903, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right, China Southern 35903.
China Eastern 281, ready to taxi to runway 17 left.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo, Bravo 8.
Taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo 8, China Eastern 281.
Shenzhen Air 9520, ready to taxi.
Shenzhen Air 9520, runway 16 right taxi via Lima 19, Lima 24, Echo 2, Foxtrot, Romeo 6.
Runway 16 right taxi via Lima 19er, Lima 24, Echo 2, Foxtrot, Romeo 6, Shenzhen Air 90520. Ground, United 1908, taxi to the ramp.
United 198, taxi to parking via Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Tango 3, Whiskey 6, Lima 24.
Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Tango 3, Whiskey 6, Lima 24, United 1908.
China Southern 35903, cross runway 16 right.
Cross 16 right, China Southern 35903. Ground, Shenzhen Air 90525, taxi to parking.
Shenzhen Air 90525, taxi to parking via Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Lima 19er, L21A, Lima 20.
Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Lima 19er, L21A, Lima 20, Shenzhen Air 90525.
Air France 116, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot, Romeo 3, Echo, Lima 19er, L21A.
Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot, Romeo 3, Echo, Lima 19er, L21A, Air France 116. 1048, taxi to the gate.
Juno Air 1048, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right, Juno Air 1048.
China Eastern 281, contact tower on 118.4. Have a good evening.
China Eastern 519 ready for push.
China.
Spring 8848, winds 100 at 8, runway 17 left, cleared to land. China Eastern 281, Pudong Tower, runway 17 left, winds 110 at 8, cleared for takeoff.
Approaching runway 17 left.
17 left, cleared to land, spring 8848. Shanghai 90540, contact ground on 121.875. Ground for Shanghai 90540, good day.
7 left remaining. 3,000 feet.
Hold short of runway 16 right. 16R, holding short, Juno Air 1048.
Rotate. V2. Positive rate.
Juno Air 1048, cross runway 16 right. Crossing 16 right, Juno Air 1048. China Eastern 281, contact departure.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai departure, radar contact. Climb via the SIG to flight level 128. China, Eastern 281. Traffic at your 12 o'clock, 5 miles. Same altitude, A330.
Looking for the traffic. China Eastern 281.
Departure, Shenzhen Airliner 5202,000 for 4,000.
Shenzhen Airliner 520. Radar contact. Climb and maintain 11-1-1000.
Climb 11-1-1000, Shenzhen Airliner 520.
Shenzhen Airliner 520 contact. Shanghai control on 126.175.
On to 126.175, Shenzhen Airliner 520, good day.
Delta 280. Climb and maintain flight level 160.
Climb flight level 160, Delta 280.
China Eastern 281. Climb flight level 300.
Climbing flight level 300, China Eastern 281.
Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 120.55.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 8885, flight level 170.
China Southern 8885, radar contact. China Southern 8885, contact Daegu. Info on 135 decimal 725, China Eastern 281, speed 250 for spacing.
Speed 250 for spacing. China Eastern 281.
135.725 for China Southern 8885.
China Eastern 281, climb flight level 320.
Climbing flight level 320. China Eastern 281.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact. Spring 8892, radar contact.
.1 for Lingo 232.
Shanghai Control, 13182, so long. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5364, flight level 210.
China Eastern 5364, radar contact.
.124.15 for Air China 1829er, good day.
Air China 1829er, radar contact. China Southern 668, high radar contact.
.375, China Southern 8885. See ya.
Spring 8931, contact. Beijing Control on 125.9. China Southern 6351. Descend and maintain flight level 220. Cleared for the Bravo Kilo 81 Alpha arrival into Pudong. China Southern 6351, radar contact. China Eastern 2978. Descend and maintain flight level 130. Cleared for the Oblap 42 Foxtrot arrival into Changzhou, China, Eastern 281. Traffic at your 12 o'clock, 5 miles. Same altitude, 919.
Booking China China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 2978, radar contact.
See you, Air China 1722.
Shenzhen Air Niner 520, radar contact. Sky Legend 9834, radar contact. China Eastern 6392, descend and maintain, flight level 220, cleared for the Super 31 Alpha arrival into Hongqiao, China Eastern 639er, to contact Shanghai Control on 123.375, China Eastern 6392, radar contact. China Eastern 281, speed restrictions cancelled, resume normal speed.
Speed restrictions canceled. Resuming normal speed. China Eastern 281.
Decimal 375 for Air China 4237. Good day.
Shandong 4668, radar contact.
Over to Daegu Info, China Southern 8885. So long.
Delta 280, radar contact.
Over to Daegu Center on 125.375, Spring 889er 2.
West China 6435, contact. Shanghai Control on 133.075.
Over to Shanghai Control on 133.075, West China 6435.
China Eastern 5603, radar contact. Sichuan 6933, contact. Shanghai Control on 133.075.
133.075, see ya, Sichuan 6933.
Descending to flight level 250. Cleared for the Bravo Kilo 12 Alpha arrival into Pudong, China, Eastern 5603.
Delta 280, contact. Daegu Center on 125.375. Shandong 4668, radar contact.
Decimal 375, Air China 4555.
Air China 1535, radar contact.
Decimal 375 for Shandong 4668.
Air China 1518, radar contact. Air China 45907, radar contact. China Eastern 5121, radar contact. China Southern 5288, radar contact.
.375 for China Eastern 63902.
Over to Daegu Info, Air China 1535, so long.
China Eastern 5346, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, straight air 6554, flight level 210.
Straight air 6554, radar contact.
Cathay Control, China Southern 6482, flight level 350.
China Southern 6482, radar contact. Air China 1518, contact. Guangzhou Control on 118.9.
118.9 for Air China 1518, good day. Over to Daegu Center on 125.375, Air China 4237.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 975D, 17,000.
Shenzhen Air Nina 758, radar contact. Shandong 7630, radar contact.
Leaving for flight level 220, cleared for the Bravo Kilo 12 Alpha arrival to Pudong, China Eastern 542.
China Eastern 2755, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5121, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5121, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Air China 1514, flight level 370.
Air China 1514, radar contact. Shenzhen Air Nina 89er, 3 contact, Cathay Control on 135.4. Shenzhen Air Niner 520, radar contact. Shenzhen Air Nina 893, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 93903, flight level 340.
Shenzhen Air 993, radar contact.
Over to Fukuoka Control on 124.55, China Eastern 5121.
Shanghai Control, straight air 6554, flight level 180.
Straight air 6554, radar contact.
One 128.35, see ya, Air China 1514. Bay Control, China Eastern 2755, flight level 280.
China Eastern 2755, radar contact. China Eastern 5121, radar contact.
On to 123.9er, China Southern 6351, good day.
Air Air China 1514, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 6351, flight level 310.
China Southern 6351, radar contact. Capital Jet 5157, radar contact. Juliao Air 1851, radar contact. Juliao Air 1851, contact. Beijing Control on 125.9er.
125.9er, Juliao Air 1851. Shanghai Control, China Southern 6338, flight level 210.
China Southern 6338, radar contact. China Southern 5288, contact. Beijing Control on 125.9er.
125.9er, China Southern 5288, thanks for the help.
Nanchang Control, Thai Air Asia 497, flight level 330.
Thai Air Asia 497, radar contact. Shenzhen Air Niner 520, radar contact. China Eastern 519er, 5 radar contact.
Descending to flight level 220, cleared for the Shiz 81 Alpha arrival into Ningbo Spring 7432.
Shanghai Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 626, flight level 240.
Hong Kong Shuttle 626, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 9704, flight level 210.
Shenzhen Air 9704, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Spring 7432, flight level 320.
Spring 7432, radar contact.
Decimal 375, straight air 6554, thanks.
China Eastern 519er, 5 contact Fukuoka Control on 124.55. Air China 1518, radar contact. Malaysian 38, radar contact.
.75, Sierra Spring 7432.
Decimal 905, see you straight air 6554.
125.9er, Air China 1518, see ya.
China Eastern 542, contact. Fukuoka Control on 123.9er.
125.9er for Seaman Area 129er, good day.
China Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 124.1.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control. Identified. Hawan Shang.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 6351, flight level 240.
China Southern 6351. Radar contact.
Descending to flight level 220. Cleared for the half 54 Foxtrot arrival into Nanjing, Hainan 76907. Descending to flight level 220. Cleared for the half 54 Foxtrot arrival into Nanjing, China Southern 6623.
118.975, Hainan 7697, thanks. Shanghai Control, Hainan 76907, flight level 320.
Hainan 76907. Radar contact.
Descending to flight level 250. Cleared for the DUMAP 5 Lima arrival into taxiing China Eastern 519.5.
Down to flight level 150, Air China 8337.
China Southern 3917. Radar contact. Korean Air 472. Radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Junyao Air 1720, flight level 210.
China Eastern 2162. Radar contact. China Eastern 519er. 5 contact Jinan Control on 128.35.
128.35, China Eastern 519.5, thanks for the help.
China Southern 5288. Radar contact. Air China 8337. Contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control on 125.75, Air China 8337.
Air China 1518. Contact Beijing Control on 120.35. China Eastern 281. Contact Cathay Control on 134.7.
Shanghai Control, Junyao Air 1720, flight level 240.
Junyao Air 1720. Radar contact. China Eastern 5121. Contact Beijing Control on 120.35.
120.35, China Eastern 5121, thanks for the help. Shanghai Control, Ximen Air 8129er, flight level 350.
788.129. Radar contact.
Shanghai Control,
Control, Spring 7432, flight level 230.
Spring 74 V2, radar contact.
Qingdao Control, Junyao Air 1720, flight level 240.
Junyao Air 1720, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 51905, flight level 370.
China Eastern 5195, radar contact. China Southern 339, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Junyao Air 1111, flight level 170.
Junyao Air 1111, radar contact. Air China 1518, radar contact. China Eastern 9011, radar contact.
Bay Control, China Southern 6467, flight level 370.
China Southern 6467, radar contact.
Over to Daegu Center, Shandong 4668, so long.
Shanghai 831, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai. Control on 118.975.
Switching to Shanghai Control on 118.975. China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control, identified. Now one shot.
Cabin Control, Air China 8337, flight level 210.
Air China 8337, radar contact.
China Control, China Eastern 51905, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5195, radar contact. Air China 1722, contact Daegu, info on 135.725.
135.725 for Air China 1722. Shanghai Control, Simon Air 8534, flight level 230.
7N 8534, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 90520, flight level 330.
Shenzhen Air 9520, radar contact.
China Control, China Eastern 5121, flight level 330.
China Eastern 5121, radar contact. China Eastern 5199, 5 contact, Beijing Control on 120.35.
120.35 for China Eastern 51905.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 90011, flight level 290.
China Eastern 901. 1, radar contact. Air China 1518 contact. Beijing Control on 125.9.
125.9er, Air China 1518, thanks.
China Eastern 5121 contact. Guangzhou Control on 118.9.
118.9er, China Eastern 5121, thanks.
Swing 7432 contact Kobe. Control on 119.3.
119.3 for Spring 7432, good day.
Channel 4668 contact. Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375 for Shandong 4668.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3861, flight level 370.
China Southern 3861, radar contact.
China Control, China Eastern 5195, flight level 310.
China Eastern 5190, 5, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 90811, flight level 340.
Shenzhen Air 981, 1, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 90811, flight level 340.
Shenzhen Air 90811, radar contact. Kunming Air 823, 5 contact landing control on 119.325.
119.325, Kunming Air 8235, see ya. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5362, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5362, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Kunming Air 8235, 2000.
Kunming Air 8235, radar contact. China Eastern 5190, 5 contact, Guangzhou Control on 118.9.
118.9er, China Eastern 5195.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 510, flight level 340.
China Eastern 510, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 6310, flight level 380.
China Southern 6310, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Chang'an 6031, flight level 320.
Chang'an 6031, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Spring 8931, flight level 350.
Spring 8931, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 90623, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 9623, radar contact.
FA Control, Juniao Air 1126, flight level 240.
Juniao Air 1126, radar contact.
Control, China Eastern 5362, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5362, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 39er69er, flight level 260.
China Southern 390, 69er, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3273, flight level 340.
China Southern 3273, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 520, contact Guangzhou, control on 125.75.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 125.75, Shenzhen Airliner 520.
Leaving for flight level 180, China Eastern 6506.
China Eastern 6506 contact Shanghai, control on 128.15.
128.15 for China Eastern 6506. Down to flight level 210. Cleared for the OVGA 5 arrival into Baoan Shenzhen Air 632. .375 for Shenzhen Air 632. Good day.
Shenzhen Air 5290, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 519er5, flight level 220.
China Eastern 5195, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Xiamen, control on 125.7.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 6765, flight level 360.
China Southern 6765, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Junyao Air 1154, flight level 380.
Junyao Air 1154, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 952, zero contact, Guangzhou, control on 125.75.
125.75, Shenzhen Airliner 520.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai 831, flight level 330.
Shanghai 831, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Spring 6370, flight level 200.
Spring 6370, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5121, flight level 210.
China Eastern 5121, radar contact. climb.
Switching to Beijing Control on 120.35, China Eastern 51905.
China Eastern 5121, contact Beijing Control on 120.35.
120.35, see China Eastern 5121. Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 8945, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8945, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Juniao Air 1851, flight level 350.
Juniao Air 1851, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Eastern 5258, flight level 360.
China Eastern 5258, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 206, flight level 340.
China Eastern 206, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Fendi 5004, flight level 340.
Fendi 5004, radar contact. United Eagle 226, free contact. Guangzhou Control on 118.995.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 118.905, United Eagle 2263.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5121, flight level 190.
China Eastern 5121, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact with Shanghai Control on 133.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control, identified. Good evening. China Eastern 5121, contact Beijing Control on 120.35.
120.35, China Eastern 5121, thanks.
Control, Cathay 430, flight level 340.
Cathay 430, radar contact. United Eagle 2263, contact Nanchang Control on 125.375.
125.375, United Eagle 2263, see ya. Nanchang Control, United Eagle 2263, flight level 320.
United Eagle 2263, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Spring 8776, flight level 340.
Spring 8776, radar contact. Contact Nanchang. Control on 124.15.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control. Identified Hao Wanshang.
Nanchang Control, Junyao Air 1886, flight level 340.
Junyao Air 1886, radar contact. China Eastern 519er, 5 contact Zhengzhou Control on 119.35.
119.35, China Eastern 519er 5, see you. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5258, flight level 360.
China Eastern 5258, radar contact. China Eastern 5121, contact Beijing Control on 125.9er.
125.9er, China Eastern 5121, thanks.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 520, flight level 140.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai Control on 133.975.
Switching to Shanghai Control on 133.975, China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control identified. Good evening. Nanchang Control, Spring 6720, flight level 360. Spring 6720, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 370.
China Southern 5288, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 632, so long.
China Eastern 281, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Switching to Nanchang Control on 124.15, China Eastern 2.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control identified. Good evening.
Nanchang Control, Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 350.
Vietnam Airlines 403, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 9520, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.9er.
118.905, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Shenzhen Air 632, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
125.75 for Shenzhen Air 632.
Shanghai Control, Air Macau 826, flight level 320.
Air Macau 826, radar contact. China Southern 3801, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 125.75, China Southern 3801.
China Eastern 519er, 5 contact Zhengzhou Control on 119.35.
119.35, China Eastern 519er 5, thanks.
Shanghai Control, Junyao Air 1870, flight level 340.
Junyao Air 1870, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Air China 418, flight level 350.
Air China 418, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Air Macau 226, flight level 380.
Air Macau 226, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control identified. Good evening. Spring 89031, descend and maintain flight level 240, cleared for the OLPAD-3 arrival into Baiyun.
In the descent for flight level 240, cleared for the OLPAD-3 arrival into Baiyun, Spring 89031. Guangzhou Control, Spring 89031, flight level 350.
Spring 89031, radar contact. China Southern 3647, contact Shanghai Control on 125.975 zone. China Southern 6547, descend and maintain flight level 250.
Leaving for flight level 250, China Southern 6547.
Xiamen Air 8704, contact Shanghai Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Xiamen Air 8704, see ya.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 2757, flight level 340.
Air China 2757, radar contact. Alpinia 247, descend and maintain flight level 230, cleared for the AB 2 Golf arrival into Hong Kong.
Descending to flight level 230, cleared for the AB 2 Golf arrival into Hong Kong, Alpinia 247.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 728, flight level 350.
Air China 728, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15, see ya, Shenzhen Air 632.
Alpinia 247, contact Guangzhou Control on 126.75.
126.75, Alpinia 247, thanks for the help.
Air Macau 226, descend and maintain flight level 260.
Descending to flight level 260, Air Macau 226.
Air Macau 226 contact. Nanchang control on 124.15.
124.15 for Air Macau 226.
Shenzhen Air 632, contact Nanning Control on 119.325.
On to 119.325, Shenzhen Air 632, good day.
Shenzhen Air 632 contact Shanghai Control on 118.975.
118.975, see ya, Shenzhen Air 632.
Control, Vietnam Airlines 385, flight level 370.
Vietnam Airlines 385 radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 632, flight level 310.
Shenzhen Air 632 radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Xiamen Air 8783, flight level 370.
Xiamen Air 8783 radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 50906, flight level 340.
China Eastern 50906 radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 5352, flight level 180.
China Eastern 5352 radar contact. China Eastern 50906. Descend and maintain flight level 230.
Descending to flight level 230, China Eastern 50906.
Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 106, flight level 180.
Air Macau 106 radar contact. China, Eastern 901990, descend and maintain flight level 240, cleared for the OLPAB-3 arrival into Bayou.
Out of current altitude for flight level 240, cleared for the OLPAB-3 arrival into Bayou, China Eastern 901990.
Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 674, flight level 180.
Air Macau 674, radar contact. Air Macau 674, descend and maintain flight level 130.
Leaving for flight level 130, Air Macau 674.
Hong Kong Shuttle, 849er contact. Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
Over to Hong Kong radar on 118.925, Hong Kong Shuttle 849er. Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 849er, flight level 240.
Hong Kong Shuttle 849er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 901990, flight level 350.
China Eastern 901990, radar contact. Spring 8931 contact, Nanchang Control on 124.15, China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 120.75.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control, identified. Good evening. China Southern 5288, descend and maintain. Flight level 250.
Down to flight level 250, China Southern 5288.
Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 6901, flight level 330.
Hong Kong Shuttle 691, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 370.
China Southern 5288, radar contact. 31 contact. Nanchang Control on 125.375.
Over to Nanchang Control on 125.375, spring 8931.
China Southern 5288. Contact Channel Control on 133.175.
133.175, China Southern 5288.
Spring 89031. Contact Nanning Control on 119.325.
119.325, spring 8931, see ya.
Manning Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 340.
China Southern 5288. Radar contact. Spring 89031 contact. Guangzhou Control on 120.905.
120.905, spring 8931, see ya.
Guangzhou Control, Vietnam Airlines 403, flight level 350.
Vietnam Airlines 403. Radar contact. China Southern 5288. Contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15, China Southern 5288.
From India 247. Contact Hong Kong Radar on 125.175.
Under 125.175, logging at 247, good day.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 311, flight level 170.
China Southern 311. Radar contact.
Control, China Southern 311, flight level 220.
China Southern 311, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Airbus 725, flight level 310.
Airbus 725, radar contact. China Southern 3038, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.075.
133.075 for China Southern 3038.
China Southern 8470, descend and maintain flight level 180. Clear for the vehicle. One arrival into Bawai.
Sending to flight level 180, cleared for the VCAL, one arrival into Baiwan, China Southern 8470.
Armenia 247, contact landing control on 119.325.
119.325 for Armenia 247.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 311, flight level 280.
China Southern 311, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 260.
China Southern 5288, radar contact. China Southern 6050, contact Nanchang Control on 125.375.
Over to Nanchang Control, China Southern 6050, so long.
Armenia 247, contact Shanghai Control on 118.975.
118.975 for Bohemia 247.
China Eastern 919, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15, China Eastern 919, thanks.
Guangzhou Control, Lianheng 5812, flight level 380.
Lianheng 5812, radar contact. China Southern 374, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.075.
133.075, China Southern 374, see ya. Capital Jet 5135, flight level 340.
Capital Jet 5135, radar contact. China Southern 605, zero contact. Landing control on 119.325.
119.325, China Southern 6050. Guangzhou Control, Spring 8679er, flight level 250.
Spring 8679, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3381, flight level 170.
China Southern 3381, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Vietnam Airlines 578, flight level 260.
Vietnam Airlines 578, radar contact. Spring 8679, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong radar on 125.175, Spring 8679er.
Hong Kong radar, China, Southern 3381, flight level 220.
China Southern 3381, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Spring 8679er, flight level 270.
Spring 8679, radar contact.
Radar, Thai Air Asia 231, flight level 330.
Thai Air Asia 231, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Chang'an 6002, flight level 170.
Chang'an 6002, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Red Cap 122, flight level 220.
China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou. Control on 124.45.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 124.45. China East. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control, identified. And 1 Gaussians.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 6738, flight level 210.
China Southern 6738, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 351, flight level 190.
China Southern 351 radar contact. Alhinia 776 contact. Guangzhou control on 133.075.
122.075, clear, Alhinia 776.
Hong Kong radar, EVA 850, flight level 190.
EVA 850 radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Chengdu 6002, flight level 230.
Chang'an 6002 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Shenzhen Air 90651, flight level 270.
Shenzhen Air 90651 radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 351, flight level 220.
China Southern 351 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 6738, flight level 230.
China Southern 6738 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 351, flight level 240.
China Southern 351 radar contact. China Southern 6884 radar contact. Shenzhen Air, Nina 651 radar contact. Chang'an 6002 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325 for Chang'an 6002.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 351, flight level 280.
China Southern 351 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Air China 2804, flight level 190.
Air China 2804 radar contact. Hainan 7714 radar contact. China Southern 351 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325, China Southern 351, thanks.
Hong Kong radar, EVA 850, flight level 240.
EVA 850 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Chang'an 6002, flight level 310.
Chang'an 6002 radar contact. Alhinia 232 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325, Alhinia 232.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 6884, flight level 190.
China Southern 6884 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, New Zealand 80, flight level 190.
New Zealand 80 radar contact. Alhinia 776 contact. Guangzhou control on 118.905.
118.905, see ya, Bohemia 776.
Bohemia 776 contact. Guangzhou control on 118.905.
Over to Guangzhou control, Bohemia 776, so long.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 2938, flight level 170.
China Eastern 2938, radar contact.
See you, China Southern 5032.
Guangzhou control, item 7714, flight level 230.
Hainan 7714, radar contact. Bohemia 776 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325, see ya, Bohemia 776.
On to 118.905, United 821, good day.
China Southern 351, radar contact. Postman 674, radar contact. China Southern 5032, radar contact. Postman 674, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 701 contact. Guangzhou control on 124.45.
Over to Guangzhou control, Hong Kong Shuttle 701, so long.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact. Postman 674, contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
Nanning control, Postman 674, flight level 330.
Hainan 7733, radar contact. Red Cap 122 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325, Red Cap 122, thanks for the help.
Hainan 7580, radar contact.
We're to Nanning control, Hainan 7714, so long.
Switching to Nanning control on 124.575, capital jet 59900.
127.5, Red Cap 122, thanks for the help.
Nanning control, Yangtze River 7558, flight level 340.
Yangtze River 7558, radar contact.
Nanning control, capital jet 59900, flight level 260.
Capital Jet 59990, radar contact.
Nanning control, Hainan 7714, flight level 290.
Hainan 7714, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Capital Jet 599er, flight level 270.
Capital Jet 599er, radar contact. Air China 4304, radar contact. FA 362, radar contact. Shanghai Air 6209er, radar contact. Hainan 7733 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325 for Hainan 7733. Good day. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 6372, flight level 230.
China Eastern 6372, radar contact.
Nanning Control, Hainan 7733, flight level 290.
Hainan 7733, radar contact. China Eastern 6372, contact Nanning Control on 119er, decimal 325.
119er, decimal 325, China Eastern 6372.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 6884, flight level 250.
China Southern 6884, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 701 contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, Hong Kong Shuttle 701.
China Eastern 6372, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 734, flight level 270.
Cathay 734, radar contact. China Eastern 6372, radar contact.
Over to Hong Kong radar on 125.175, Cathay 734.
.119er, decimal 325 for Shanghai Air 6209er. Good day.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 4304, flight level 240.
Air China 4304, radar contact.
Nanning Control, Shanghai Air 6209er, flight level 290.
Shanghai Air 6209er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 90509er, flight level 230.
Shenzhen Air 90509er, radar contact. Cathay 362, contact. Nanning control on 119.325.
119.325, Cathay 362, see ya.
Cathay 706, descend and maintain flight level 250. Cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong.
Moving for flight level 250. Cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong, Cathay 706. Nanning Control, Cathay 362, flight level 280.
Cathay 362, radar contact. Cathay 706, contact. Hong Kong radar on 122.905.
122.905, Cathay 706.
China Eastern Niner 657. Contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, China Eastern Niner 657. See ya.
Guangzhou Control, EVA 872, flight level 180.
EVA 872, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Dynasty 5824, flight level 260.
China Eastern 281. Contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Switching to Hong Kong radar.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar identified. Good evening. China Southern 503. To contact Nanning Control on 119.325.
119.325, China Southern 503, to today.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern Niner 657, flight level 250.
China Eastern 9657, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Cathay 734, flight level 180.
Cathay 734, radar contact. Saudi 973, radar contact.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 118.905, Cathay 734.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 6186, flight level 190.
China Eastern 6186, radar contact. A734, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact. Saudi 973, radar contact. China Southern 503, to contact Guangzhou Control on 127.5.
7.5, China Southern 5032.
119.375, Bravo 872.
Landing control, Airbus 725, flight level 310.
Airbus 725, radar contact. Give 872, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 747, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 747. So long.
.2809er, contact Guangzhou Control on 124.45.
124.45 for 2809. Good day.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, contact Guangzhou Control on 128.3.
128.3 for Hong Kong Shuttle 701. Good day.
China Eastern 281. Contact Nanning Control on 124.575.
Switching to Nanning Control on 124.575. China Eastern 281. Nanning Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281. Nanning Control identified. Good evening.
Nanning Control, Sky Legend 924, flight level 360.
Sky Legend 924, radar contact.
Control, Cathay 706, flight level 360.
Cathay 706, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 90729er, contact Nanning Control on 119.325.
Switching to Nanning Control on 119.325, Shenzhen Air 90729er.
Nanning Control, Double Gold 612, 8000.
Double Gold 612, radar contact. Double Gold 61, 2 contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15, Double Gold 612, thanks for the help.
Shenzhen Air, Nina 729er, contact Shanghai Control on 118.975.
Over to Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 90729er, so long.
Guangzhou Control, Hainan 461, flight level 170.
Hainan 461, radar contact.
Nanning Control, Shenzhen Air 90729er, flight level 330.
Shenzhen Air 90729er, radar contact. Double Gold 612, contact Nanning Control on 119.325.
Over to Nanning Control on 119.325, Double Gold 612.
Cathay 706 contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong radar, Cathay 706, so long.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 8186, flight level 170.
Shenzhen Air 8186, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 130, descend and maintain flight level 180, cleared for the GYA-1 arrival into Baiyun.
Descending to flight level 180, cleared for the GYA-1 arrival into Baiyun, Shenzhen Air 130. Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 8186, flight level 270.
Shenzhen Air 8186, radar contact.
Nanning Control, Shenzhen Air 8186, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
Sanya Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Sanya Control identified. Good evening.
Sanya Control, Hainan 461, flight level 250.
Hainan 461, radar contact.
Changsha Control, Shenzhen Air 8186, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8186, radar contact. Hainan 461, contact. Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9.
120.9, Hainan 461, thanks.
Guangzhou Control, Green City 8931, flight level 260.
Green City 8931, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Thai Vietjet 3536, flight level 360.
Jet 3536, radar contact.
Manning Control, Vietjet 9er49er, flight level 350.
Jet 9er49er, radar contact.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7372, 8000.
Hainan 7372, radar contact. Hainan 7372, contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Over to Hong Kong radar on 125.175, Hainan 7372. Sonic Control, Hainan 7372, 6000.
Hainan 7372, radar contact.
Traffic. Manning Control, Green City 8931, flight level 350.
Green City 8931, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 8186, contact Xi'an Control on 132.9er.
132.9er for Shenzhen Air 8186. Sanya Control, Junyao Air 1088, 1000.
Junyao Air 1088, radar contact. Junyao Air 1088, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175 for Junyao Air 1088.
Hainan 7372, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
On to 125.175, Hainan 7372, good day.
Green City 8931, descend and maintain flight level 240.
Down to flight level 240, Green City 8931.
Sanya Control, Dynasty 836, flight level 320.
Dynasty 836, radar contact.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7372, 3000.
Hainan 7372, radar contact. Green, City 8, 903, 1 contact. Kunming Control on 134.35.
134.35, Green City 8931, see ya.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7319er, 1000.
Hainan 7319er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Junyao Air 1088, flight level 250.
Junyao Air 1088, radar contact. Hainan 7319er, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
Over to the Hong Kong radar, China 7319er, so long. Cathay 708, flight level 360.
Cathay 708, radar contact.
Hainan 7301, 1000.
Hainan 7301, radar contact.
Control, China Southern 8348, flight level 340.
China Southern 8348, radar contact.
Bangkok Control, Thailand 7878, flight level 160.
Minus 7878, radar contact.
Sanya Control, Capital Jet 5578, 1000.
Capital Jet 5578, radar contact.
Sanya Control, Hainan 7565, 1000.
Hainan 7565, radar contact. Hainan 7565, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, Hainan 7565, thanks for the help. Sanya Control, Emirates 334, flight level 360.
Emirates 334, radar contact. China Eastern 281, I have an amended clearance for you. Advise ready to copy.
Go ahead, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, cleared direct, Tango Sierra 918, Dovin 6 Delta arrival. FYI, current flow at Tan Son Nhat has us thinking, the ILS runway 25 right approach. But check the IDIS.
Clear direct Tango Sierra 918, Dovin 6 Delta arrival. We'll check the AYDIS for runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, read back correct? Thank you. Hainan 7878, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Flight level 220, Hainan 7878.
Hainan 7301, climb and maintain flight level 230.
Up to flight level 230, Hainan 7301.
Control, Atari 9028, flight level 320.
Atari 9028, radar contact.
Sonya Control, Lucky Air 90972 1000.
Lucky Air 90972, radar contact.
Bangkok Control, Sunlux 873, flight level 260.
Sunlux 873, radar contact. Sunlux 873, contact Hanoi Center on 125.9er.
Switching to Hanoi Center on 125.9er, Sunlux 873.
Hainan 7301, contact Bangkok Control on 126.5.
Over to Bangkok Control on 126.5, Hainan 7301.
Sonya Control, Shanghai 831, flight level 330.
Shanghai 831, radar contact. China Eastern 281. Contact Hanoi Center on 125.9.
Captain Vietnam Bay, would you like a drink or a small snack at this time?
Hanoi Center, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Hanoi Center, identified. Good evening.
Hanoi Center, Dynasty 840, flight level 340.
Dynasty 840, radar contact. VHF 776, descend and maintain, flight level 250, cleared for the Bison 3 Echo arrival, into Noi-Bai.
Out of current altitude for flight level 250, cleared for the Bison 3 Echo arrival into Noi-Bai via Jet 776.
VHF 776 contact Phnom Penh Center on 127.5.
Over to Phnom Penh Center via Jet 776. So long.
China Eastern, 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
Switching to Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 320.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Good evening.
Hanoi Center, Airbus 725, flight level 310.
Airbus 725, radar contact.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietnam Airlines 1562, flight level 270.
Vietnam Airlines 1562, radar contact.
contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
120.5, Vietnam Airlines 188. Vietnam Airlines 188, flight level 180. Vietnam Airlines 188, radar contact.
Center, Shanghai 831, flight level 330.
Shanghai 831, radar contact. Vietnam Airlines 188, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5. On to 120.5, Vietnam Airlines 188, good day. VietJet 520, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5. 120.5 for VietJet 520.
Control, Vietnam Airlines 188, flight level 230.
Vietnam Airlines 188, radar contact.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietjet 520, flight level 180.
Vietjet 520, radar contact. Vietnam Airlines 188, contact Hanoi Center on 123.3.
Over to Hanoi Center on 123.3, Vietnam Airlines 188.
Vietjet 520, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
120.5, see ya, Vietjet 520. Vietjet 520, flight level 230. Vietjet 520, radar contact.
Vietjet 520, contact Hanoi Center on 123.3. On to 123.3, Vietjet 520, good day.
China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7. China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 320.
China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good evening.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 5907, flight level 320.
Hong Kong Shuttle 5907, radar contact. China, Eastern 281. Expect the Delvin 6 Delta arrival. In about 20 minutes, I'll start your descent.
Expecting the Dovi 6 Delta arrival. China Eastern 281.
7632, 8000.
November 7632, radar contact. Thai 557, contact Bangkok, control on 120.5. China Eastern 281, descend via Dovan 6 Delta for 5,000 into Canton Nhat, QNH 1009er.
Descend via Dovan 6 Delta to 5,000 into Canton Nhat, QNH 1009er, China Eastern 281.
China 557, contact Bangkok, control on 120.5.
120.5 for Thai 557.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Malaysian 386, flight level 340.
Dựng thẳng lưng ghế, gấp bàn ăn, tài xế an toàn và mở tấm che cửa sổ. Vì lý do an toàn, quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại di động, các loại máy thu phát sóng và các thiết bị điện tử xách tay, hoặc chuyển sang chế độ sử dụng trên máy bay cho đến khi quý khách rời khỏi máy bay. Các thiết bị điện tử xách tay khi không sử dụng phải được cất trong ngăn đựng phía trước khi máy bay hạ cánh và di chuyển vào nhà ga. Quý khách vui lòng hạn chế sử dụng phòng vệ sinh từ lúc này. Xin cảm ơn. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat. Ensure that your seat belt is fastened, your seat back is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened. May we remind you that for safety reasons, your mobile phones, receiver or transmitter devices, and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation.
Down to flight level 100, cleared for the impact 7 Delta arrival into Canton Nhat Sunlux 1984.
Or in the seat pockets in front of you during landing and taxi. Passengers are also requested to refrain from using the lavatories from now on. Thank you.
control. Vietnam Airlines 678, flight level 180.
Vietnam Airlines 678, radar contact.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Cambodia Air 829er 1000.
Cambodia Air 829er, radar contact.
Cambodia Air 829er, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5.
Bangkok Control, Cambodia Air 829er. So long.
China Eastern 281, contact Tan Son Yat approach on 126.35.
Switching to Tan Son Nhat approach on 126.35. China Eastern 2...
China Eastern 281, Tan Son Yat approach, identified. Tailline to Tan Son Yat QNH 1009er. Expect the ILS PD runway 25 right approach into Tan Son Yat. Advise you have information off.
QNH 1009er. Expecting ILS Zululu, runway 25 right approach into Tan Son Nhat. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, 35 miles from Foxtrot, India 25 Romeo. Maintain present heading. Descend altitude 1,500 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 25 right approach.
Maintain present heading. Descend to 1500 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
Runway 25 right. Departing runway 25 left.
281, contact Tan Son Yet Tower on 118.7.
2500.
Switching to Tan Son Nhat Tower on 118.7, China Eastern. Tan Son Nhat Tower, China Eastern 281. Good evening. Established on the ILS runway 25 right approach.
China Eastern 281, Tan Son Yet Tower, roger, continue approach. China Eastern 281, number 3 behind the Jetstar 787 on a 5-mile final, runway 25 right, winds 120 at 9er, cleared to land. Caution wake turbulence, caution bird activity.
Behind the Jetstar 787, cleared to land runway 25 right, China Eastern 281. Vietjet 255, contact ground on 121.6.
To ground, Vietjet 255, thanks.
Approaching runway 25 right.
Jetstar 63, winds 220 at 12, runway 25 right, cleared to land. Welcome to Tan Son Nhat.
Cleared to land 25 right, Jetstar 63.
China Eastern 281, welcome to Tan Son Nhat. Contact ground on 121.6.
Switching to ground on 121.6. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, Tan Nhat ground, taxi to domestic terminal gate 21 via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right. Good day.
Đề nghị quý khách phương tiện tại chỗ với xe an toàn được cài chặt cho khi tới trường các tín hiệu đèn cài dây an toàn và máy bay đã dừng hẳn tại sân đỗ.
Taxi to domestic terminal gate 21 via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right. China Eastern 281.
Đang ở cổng của diếu khách. Trân trọng cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại quý khách trên những chuyến bay tới. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until Captain switch off the fasten seatbelt sign and the aircraft has come to a complete stop. Do not use mobile phone and electronic devices at this moment. Captain, cabin manager, and our crew member, I'd like to thank you for flying in Bamboo Airways. The airline supports hospitality. We look forward to meeting you again soon. Thank you and goodbye.
Jet 255, cross runway 25 left.
Cross runway 25 left, Jet 255.
Ground, Jetstar 63, taxi to the ramp.
Jetstar 63, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Jetstar 63.
Vietnam Airlines 772, request push and start clearance.
Vietnam Airlines 773, push and start approved.
China Eastern 281, cross runway 07 right, then continue taxi via Sierra 8, Victor, Yankee 1.
Cross runway 07 right, then Sierra 8, Victor, Yankee 1. China Eastern 281.
Approaching runway 7 right.
Push and start approved, Vietnam Airlines 773.
Approaching runway 7 right.
Jetstar 63, cross runway 25 left.
Cross 25 left, Jetstar 63.
VJet 1158 request push and start. VJet 1158 cleared for push and start. Roger. Pushback approved. VJet 1158.